Good afternoon, everyone. We are here for a special meeting today, and it's now 1:15 p.m. I would like to call the meeting to order at this time. Roll call, District 1.
District 1 is present. This is, I guess, our last meeting before the first of the year. So I just want to wish everybody happy holidays and a happy new year.
Thank you. District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. Thank you for being here and look forward to a good meeting to close out the year. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3.
Hey, it's Adam Hess for the last time as supervisor for District 3. So let's have a good meeting. Call it good.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. District 4, Judy Begay, District Supervisor for District 4. And I also want to say thank you for being here, being part of this meeting. And then I just want to say happy holidays. Thank you. District 5.
For joining us today, and happy holidays to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance.
Which it stands.
At this time, we will go ahead and call to the public. We will now have the call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that these issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted upon by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect the expression of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. If you have comments that are related to the public hearing item on the agenda, please wait to comment until we get to that item and open the public hearing. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments at this time.
Thank you, Chair Baguette. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment and you're here in the room with us, you can make your way up to the podium. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak, and that's at the bottom of your screen. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any comment cards or hands raised on the virtual format.
We'll just give it a minute again. Thank you.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Begay.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to be moving. May I have a motion to go into executive sessions for items 1 and 2?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd make a motion that we go into executive session for legal advice on both items 1 and 2.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by, motion made by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. We will come back after we are done with our executive session. Thank you. We are back into regular session at this time. And I wanted to have a motion regarding the item 2 that was discussed in executive session.
Members of the board. At this point, I believe there is no action item needed for 1. So in terms of number 2, I would hereby make a motion authorizing our legal counsel, our county attorney's office, to proceed with option A with regards to the ongoing LIHTC tax valuation case.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Horstman, second by Super Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a flood control district?
So moved.
Motion been made by Supervisor Hess, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we are now flood Board of Directors. May I have a motion to go into executive session for item number 3 as a flood control district Board of Directors to obtain legal advice from our legal counsel. Motion made by Director Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We are now going to go back into executive session and we will return to the meeting as soon as we're done. Thank you. We are now back in session. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Horseman and seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, so now, go back up here. Okay, discussion item. We're passing all of that. Okay, we are on item number 8, consideration possible action to approve a proclamation for the 2025 new year. Chair Horseman?
Yes,
Quick, sorry to interrupt, Vice Chair Horseman. Madam Chair, members of the board, just for matter of record, just wanted to note that we're recommending foregoing items 4 through 7 in the interest of time, and we'll get into item 8, the proclamation. So thank you very much.
Did you notice we just ignored you on it?
I did, but we took the action. I just wanted to note that for the record. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the governing board, and on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we have a proclamation for our community talking about the new year and declaring 2025 to be a year of peace, hope, and progress for Coconino County and the world. And if I may, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to read it. Whereas Coconino County, the second largest county in the contiguous United States, celebrates the new year with its residents across the 18,600 miles of Coconino County. And whereas Coconino County is a land of diversity of people, cultures, and landscapes, and our 146,000 residents share a common thread of service, community, and family. And whereas Coconino County is the most spectacular place on earth, home to 5 national monuments, 3 national forests, and we need to change that because I have been corrected. It is 5 national forests, Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, and the natural wonder of the world, Grand Canyon National Park. And whereas the new year represents renewal, resilience, and a time to look forward to the coming year with optimism, strength, and grace. And whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors wishes everyone a happy and healthy 2025. And now therefore be it resolved, Chair Judy Begay and the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby declare 2025 to be a year of peace, hope, and progress for Coconino County and the world. Signed and sealed the 17th day of December 2024, and a place for all members of the Board of Supervisors to sign.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for reading the proclamation. Can I go ahead and have a motion this time?
So moved.
Motion made by Supervisor Hess. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we are not the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. And are there any items that the board members wish to consider separately?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Supervisor Horseman.
since I do not see that there is anyone that wants to remove any of them, I at this time would make a motion for us to accept the consent agenda as set forth in our agenda in its entirety.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Horseman. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Directors? Okay, motion made by Supervisor Fowler and second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members wish to remove and be considered separately?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Fowler.
Oh, me?
Sorry, Horseman.
Madam Chair, if in fact no one is wanting to remove an item at this point, I would ask the board to accept the consent agenda 24 through 27 as presented and set forth in its entirety in our agenda.
Okay, there's a motion to go ahead and accept items number 24 under the flood control consent agenda to 20 and including 27A. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, a motion made by Director Horseman, a second by Director Fowler. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as the Dale District Board of Directors?
So move.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry, if we could please resolve as to the Board of Supervisors before the jail district. Thank you.
What's that? Oh, okay. Okay, I went, okay, may I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Supervisor, Director Fowler, second by Director Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now
Aye.
may I have a motion to resolve as a Jail District Board of Directors?
So move.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We are now with the Jail District consent agenda. Who is there any motion on this or?
I would go ahead and ask that we accept the jail district consent agenda as set forth in our agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Director Horseman, seconded by Director Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors? There's a motion by Director Vasquez
Second.
and a second by Director Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. We are now down with to the public hearing section.
Thank you, Chair Begay and Supervisors. Good evening. We do have a public hearing for a Department of Liquor license application. This is regarding a liquor license application number 306229 for Series 010 Beer and Wine Store liquor license for Hart's Gas and Food Store. And this is located at 7180 North Highway 89 in Flagstaff, which is in Supervisor District 4's district. The agent is Daryl Westra, and he is here tonight if the board has any questions regarding the license or the business. Again, this location has had a liquor license already. There's been a change in ownership. Therefore, this is coming before the board because there's a change with the ownership of the liquor license. We did send out the application to our county department, sheriff department, health department, risk manager, and community development to review the application and see if there were any concerns regarding it. And there are no concerns regarding the application from our county departments. The sheriff's office was kind enough to post the hearing notice and application at the actual physical site. It was up for 20 days as required by law, and we did not receive any comments from the public regarding the liquor license application. So at this time, if there's any questions that I can answer, or the agent Daryl's here as well to answer any questions.
Maybe, would you like to speak? Okay. There being none, I guess we can go ahead and open the public hearing. Okay, the public hearing is now open. We will now take comments when you are called on to speak. Announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. Clerk Daly, please explain how those here in person and those that are present virtually can provide public comments at this time.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone here that would like to provide a comment regarding this liquor license public hearing, you can make your way up to the podium now. We will provide 3 minutes for you to be able to make your comment. If you've joined the meeting virtually, you can also raise your hand by clicking the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, that will notify us you would like to speak. Or if you've joined the meeting by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Again, this is for the liquor license item on the agenda. Chair Begay, I do have a hand raised. Karen Solana.
Go ahead.
Karen, I'm going to go ahead and provide permission to speak on the Zoom format. If you can please state your name and address for our minutes. You will be provided 3 minutes to speak, and then your microphone will be muted after 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Karen.
You will just need to unmute yourself. Karen, you do have permission to speak. If you can just unmute yourself. Thank you. She may be having technical difficulties unmuting. If there's anyone else here in the room that would like to provide comment, you can make your way to the podium. Or again, if you've joined on the Zoom format, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. And if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9. And at this time, Chair Begay, it looks like Karen is not unmuting. That is the only hand raised that we have at this time.
Lindsay, are there any other that wish to make a comment?
Chair Begay, there are no other hands raised, and we do not have any comment forms at this time.
Thank you. I will now be closing the public hearing. Are there any questions for the from the board members? There being none, I would like to ask for a motion. Yes,
I will be happy to.
okay, go ahead.
I would make a motion that we recommend to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding a new liquor license application number 306629 for Series 0010 beer and wine store liquor license for Hart's Gas and Food Store number 80188 located at 7180 North Highway 89A, Flagstaff, Arizona, and the agent Daryl Jean Westra is in fact with us here today. This is in District Number 4, and that's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, motion carries. Okay, we are going to go back and do some reports. So we're going to back up maybe to where we were at. We are done with the consent agenda, and so we would like to hear from the county manager.
Or, yeah, well, I'm honored that you would like to hear from me. Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. It's great, very great to be here today. Keith Breckus is here to give us a bit of time on federal and state legislation, and I would definitely like to defer some time to Keith so we can talk about those matters. Thank you.
I would like to see if we can stop at 4:30 so we can get ready for our 5 o'clock meeting.
Yeah, mine will be short. So, good afternoon, Chair Begay and Board. Mostly have a federal update today because The state legislature is not in session right now, so I don't think I have anything new there. We've been working, or we had meetings with them, but I think we already talked about that the last meeting. But on the federal side, I think there's a couple things to note. Congress appears to have reached a deal to extend the continuing resolution until March 14th of next year. And included in that is $100 billion in disaster aid. That hasn't been signed yet because there's a new 72-hour review where members of the body can look at stuff before it goes to the White House, but we expect it to be signed later this week. That'll extend it into the next Congress, and then it'll give the new majority and the new president a chance, excuse me, to put their stamp on what's going forward. So that's probably why they passed the continuing resolution, but it is a partial spending bill. And then we also expect the National Defense Authorization Act to pass this week. Then Congress will likely adjourn by the end of the week. And the 119th Congress, the next Congress, will be seated January 3rd of next year. They do have an aggressive schedule to start the year. The Senate will be going 10 straight weeks in a row. That'll involve probably confirmation of Trump appointees and trying to put together a budget. So that could be an interesting Congress the next time around. They'll do the cabinet nominees, the budget, and then probably tackle some difficult issues like what to do with immigration and whether to extend the tax cuts that are set to expire from the previous Trump administration. And that's my short update on the federal, but I will stay for any questions.
Are there any questions for the presenter?
Thank
I
you.
will yield
Thank
my
you.
time back.
Thank you so much.
We're speechless. That's all we
County-
can say.
County
Keith.
Manager, you have 9 minutes.
Lindsay, do you mind pulling up the planning calendar? But if you'd like to do roundtable, I can certainly.
Isn't there number 11? That's Sandra Deal. I think it's just a. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So 9 minutes for the rest of our lives, our planning calendar. Lindsay will be sharing the planning calendar just to talk about getting through the balance of the new year. If you would like to do a bit of roundtable, I will certainly be quick. Today is the 17th. So we are working through our items today. We do have, as we know, the recognition of several retirees at 5 o'clock today. So we're very excited for that.
Madam Chair, if I may. Would you mind, and this is my fault, I meant to withdraw number 12 from the consent agenda. And I guess I got so excited that we were
Yeah,
moving forward. I didn't. And I think that it would be appropriate as part of yours if we could discuss it, and we may want to recall item number 12 and to take a different, take different action on that. But it'd be appropriate if you could just kind of discuss that as part of your.
Yeah. Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of the board. Item 12 essentially sets our, and Lindsay Daly is here as well, our clerk of the board, sets our calendar for public hearings going forward. In talking about this, we addressed it to the board in this item last week with that, with the timing of our meetings. If today with the action of number 12 on the consent agenda, we did set that schedule per Lindsay Daly, we can come back and reconsider that schedule if need be. But I'm going to turn to Lindsay to explain that just a bit, if it's okay with you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Chair Begay and Supervisors. Every year we come before the board because as part of open meeting law, we have to do an annual posting of what the board considers their regular meetings. Historically, they have been Tuesdays, 10 a.m., usually running till 5, but also an evening meeting, which is at 6 p.m. So the historic publishing has been for the first, second, and fourth Tuesdays of the month is when the board usually has their meetings. They usually don't that third Tuesday because the board goes down to CSA. And then once a month on the second Tuesday, the board has an afternoon evening meeting, which has historically been 6 p.m. So we wanted to have a conversation with the board about whether the board wants to stick with that. We have an opportunity to change that because every calendar year we need to do a new publishing. It does not mean we can't change it in the future if a new schedule doesn't work. But we just want to give the board an opportunity to discuss that. There's a thought that if the meetings are going too long for those evening meetings, to have an earlier start time, say 4 o'clock, to get consent done, and then move into usually those are the evening meetings are where we have the public hearings for community development. So it's an opportunity for the board to just consider that. As usual, things come up and we can't always stick to the regular scheduled times. So that's when we call meetings special sessions like today. Since we started at 1:15, we call it a special session, which takes the place of the regular session. So that's just a brief explanation of what's before you in item 12. We can always bring this back if there's more time needed for that January 14th meeting, if the board wants to have more time to discuss it. Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you, and thanks, Lindsay, for that. And members of the board, I apologize. I meant to remove this, and I may ask that we recall this item so that if we choose to take some additional action, but at this point, do we need to do that, or can we discuss this under where we are?
We can ask legal.
As I recall, the parliamentary that a motion that's already been approved can be recalled, but party voted in favor of the motion. So when you think about taking all these different items together, if there were if you could make a, and I know Vice Chair, you have the concept of how to make
Mm-hmm.
all this items,
Yes.
having been in favor of previously, form that surgically to the
I
item,
can.
then get a second.
Oh, I,
Okay,
if I
Uh-huh.
may.
hold on. Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
And I apologize again, members of the board. I am asking that the board reconsider and recall item number 12, this portion of item number 12. That is for further discussion and possible additional action with regards to our evening meeting, which, as we agreed in 12, would mean all future evening meetings would start at 4 p.m. instead of 6. And I'm asking for us to recall item 12 for the purpose of further action or further discussion and possible action for the Tuesday meeting, that second Tuesday evening meeting, the start time.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. So do I have a second to recall item number 12?
I will second.
Okay, motions are made. There's a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose. There being none, it's recalled, so we can go ahead and discuss.
Now, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
The reason I asked to recall this is that in the past, as everybody knows, for I don't know how long, but for certainly as long as I've been on the board, and I'm sure way beyond that, that second Tuesday has been reserved for evening meetings starting at 6. I am conjecture the reasons that they did an evening meeting was to allow those people that work during the day to have an opportunity after work to be able to attend our meeting. Also, since those meetings are usually reserved for our hearings, it allows those individuals that work during the regular workday to be present or at least listening online for these hearings. So I absolutely acknowledge and applaud our staff for looking at the fact that we usually end up starting our evening meetings a little early because, in fact, so many other things come up, and we don't want to end at 10 o'clock or even later, especially given we have 2 supervisors in particular that have to travel great distances. My concern is that we will and still have the right to start our meetings, our 6 o'clock meeting as it's currently designed, to start our 6 o'clock meeting early as needed. But if we do this and make this change, we're just always going to start it at 4 o'clock. And I believe that if our intent and goal is to allow for further community input and for greater transparency, that we should do it after the end of the workday. So for myself, I acknowledge that we may need to start meetings at earlier than 6, but I would recommend that we, the board, continue our evening meetings commencing at 6 unless there's a major reason to start earlier. So those are my thoughts, and I'd love to hear from other board members.
Any other board members?
So I am in favor of starting at 4 o'clock, especially winter time. And at 6 o'clock, we have our public hearing, and yes, we want our, the public to join us for these public hearings. And they have a chance also to join us any of our board meetings through our through our virtual meetings now. So if this just locks us in there, starting at 4 o'clock and getting all the business done from 4 consent agenda anyway, and all the reports from 4 to 6, then we have a greater, we're done earlier in the evening and able to get home safely after that. So I think that somehow we got to be a little more flexible with earlier time frame. Getting home at a reasonable time, I think, is really important. Driving home.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little indifferent. I think that, I think it works starting a little earlier. But we've been doing that anyway as we needed, but if it's necessary and we need to institutionalize it, whatnot, in order to get business through, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I'm flexible, whenever we can have time. You know, that's really my thought here, sitting here, you know, I can work anything out, so. But I do agree with, you know, some of the comments that are being made, but, you know. So any other comments by the board?
If I may.
Supervisor Horseman?
Go ahead if you have questions.
I just had a
Vasquez?
question, cause maybe I missed it or maybe I'm just not remembering it. Have we had a official recommendation from the staff on moving forward to 4 o'clock?
I'll speak to that. Thank you, Chair Begay and Supervisor Vasquez, and Andy might want to as well. We just, I think that was after a couple of those long meetings we had where roundtable kept getting bumped off. So the other thing too is we can never gauge quite how long consent items are going to take. So sometimes we wouldn't start the public hearing portion till 8:30. So the suggestion was, well, if we start a 4 o'clock meeting and have that be called our regular meeting time, then the idea is even if we have those consent items that include a proclamation, that would give plenty of time likely to then get to the 5 o'clock time for a public hearing. But I will say the thought was to do the publishing for the public hearing at 4 o'clock. So if there were times that would end before 5, that the board can move right into the public hearing. It's just hard to gauge how long the consent agenda would last. So we kind of brought it up in a monthly or weekly manager meeting and discussed it briefly with the chair and vice chair, and thought, well, we'll bring it. It's the timing's right because we have to do our annual posting the beginning of January for when we are setting what we call our regular meetings. Regular meetings are for the board to or for the citizens to kind of get an idea of Well, they always meet Tuesdays, this first, second, and fourth Tuesday. It's usually 10 a.m. or 6 p.m. Knowing that the 6 p.m. can range based off of, we may not even have a public hearing. So then the time may change, and that's when we're calling it a special session. But there wasn't a thought to try to get it to be more of a regular time. So we just wanted to see if the board had some suggestions as well. Doesn't have to be 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock. It can be whatever the board wants.
I mean, Madam Chair. You know, again, I like that flexibility, and we've always used that flexibility when necessary. We start at 4 or we start at 1. I mean, look what we've done today. It kept moving up. And I don't have any problem with that. But my concern is for the public, the general public. You know, we had an evening meeting, and again, it's conjecture, and I think my conjecture is for me a good reason that for the most part, a regular meeting starting at 6 o'clock was an evening meeting, was for the purpose of the public to be able to be present in person if they chose, or virtually, but either way, to be able to have input. And I do totally acknowledge we have members of our board that need to travel, especially during the winter, which is why if in fact we have a long meeting or a long hearing, and I know you can't always work it out, and even if we do this, we can't always work it out, that we start earlier. I'm just concerned that we're doing away with the intent and purpose of an evening meeting starting after the regular business day. And for myself, I want to retain that openness, transparency, the availability for the community to be part of our meeting. So with that, and it may not pass, and that's okay, because I do think this was also something that we, the board, needed to discuss, and we, the board, needed to make that final decision on. So at this point, I would make a motion that we do, in fact, continue our second Tuesday meeting as an evening meeting that on a regular basis starts at 6 p.m.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second on that? No, we don't. No. Is there another? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, wait, go ahead, Supervisor Fowler.
You know, I'm gonna make a comment. Okay. So, you know, our public all these years has really been, they're used to the 6 o'clock in the evening. And so in all fairness to our public, I think it's best to just keep it as it is and keep it flexible like we've been doing. Like today, we started earlier because we have an event in the evening. So, you know, I think the public having that assurance for the public, sometimes 6 o'clock evening meeting, our whole chamber fills up. And it's an opportunity for people to actually sit there and watch us go through our agenda item and then the public hearing. Yeah, sometimes public hearings do go late, but in fairness to our public and for them to, they're used to the 6 o'clock agenda item every month. So I think we should just keep it at that, knowing that we've been flexible with it all this time, and we'll just keep it that way. And I second, thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion by Supervisor Horstman and second by Supervisor Fowler. Is there any other comments by the board? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Lindsay. We will go ahead and, yeah, thank you so much for being here, staff, and I guess we're just going to adjourn the meeting now. It's 4:39, I believe. So we'll get ready for our 5 o'clock.
Madam Chair, staff recommends that we take a break and then reconvene at 5 for our recognition of several members of our team.
If I may just real quickly, just since this is the last time we're all going to be sitting here as a full board, I think I would really like to acknowledge the great service that's been done here in Coconino County by Adam Hess and the great job he has done and what a great colleague he has been. I've certainly enjoyed working with him and have enjoyed his input and his thoroughness and dedication to us as a board and also to our community.
I just want to say thank you, Adam. All the input that you had, the insights, and, just really being part of the team and, always willing to negotiate and for the better of our communities, constituents, and any items that come on before. And thank you so much for everything. Supervisor Vasquez?
I just want to say thank you for your service. It's been a good year. I'm still tripping and seeing you clean shaven again. I think it feels like you just retired. But you look good, and I'm looking forward to your new adventures moving forward. And this year you had an impact. You were part of some really big things in our county, and so thank you for your service. And I look forward to working with you in the future.
Adam, thank you so much. Having a veteran and a point of view on the board has been really, really a treasure and such a gift that what you have brought to us. And we have learned from you and really, hopefully we'll be able to work together again. Really thank you for your service that you have done and then committing yourself as a public servant and being here with us and really working and really gotten to know our departments too. So really appreciate your unselfish way of helping others. Thank you.
Madam Chairman. Well, I guess I'll open this, so I appreciate this. Loud. The cereal bowl? Ooh, is it ice cream bowl? Yeah. I will put this to great use. I was hoping it was, when I said cereal bowl, I was like, this better be a cereal bowl, because I will definitely have my Raisin Bran in this, like I did this morning. Thank you so much. It's been a weird life, I guess. Serving my country for, 20 active years was, an adventure, and had its ups and downs, obviously. And then moving home to Flagstaff at the end of that service was, I was going to do it no matter what. I was coming home. What I was going to do when I got here, that was the big question mark. For Matt Ryan to retire and me to be able to step up and do the skill bridge and be an intern at 48 years old was super fun and super exciting. And I had no real idea of what I was getting myself into. No thanks to Matt Ryan. He gave me no guidance to that. Just kidding. I think he did that on purpose. But to be here, and I thought about this all day, and I was kind of hoping we'd skip number 30 on this agenda, which is recognizing me. I'm not good at this, being recognized stuff. But I got to start with the staff and all the directors. And man, I had no idea how this monster of Coconino County worked. And I don't think anybody out there really knows. And it's something, if you have an opportunity to come to one of these meetings or to any of the other meetings or get involved and be part of this, it's so rewarding, because everybody I've met, I mean everybody, I haven't met a single person that works for the county that doesn't regret working here. Now, there's probably days, we all have that day, but everyone's here for the greater good. And to be involved with that, you don't see that in everywhere. And I've said that every new employee recognition. Said that every chance I've gotten is how this is a family. And to be part of it, thank you guys. You really you open your heart, your mind, everything. And wow, how cool. How cool to sit here and like Supervisor Vasquez says, I'll always be in the history books. So little asterisk of 1 year. But you know, if everything goes right, I'll be able to make an impact in my next opportunity. Got my eyes set on a job. It's kind of distant, so I'm not saying anything, but I'm making steps, and I'll be back. You guys are I already told the new supervisor I got her on speed dial, so if I see anything going on in District 3, I'm gonna give her a holler. And no, she'll do a great job. And you know, that was the best thing about going through this last year with heading towards this weird thing called an election and knowing no matter what, District 3 was going to be good. And I say that honestly. I think Tammy's going to do a great job. I had no qualms with her taking the reins and allowing me to move towards something better. I'm not going to do names. There's way too many names, but you know, it starts with you, Andy, obviously. So keep this ship going because it's a monster. So keep steering it in the right direction. I think you're doing the right job. Just got to work with everybody. So thank you, everybody up here on the board. I really, really appreciate it. And you know, I'll be around. So don't be a stranger, and I'll try not to be. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay. Sorry, Adam. I thought we were gonna start at 5 o'clock with yours, so. Okay, well, we'll all get ready for item number 30 at 5 o'clock, yeah. Yeah, meeting adjourned. This is a very special occasion for some of our retirees. The next item on our agenda is to recognize 6 employees who are retiring from Coconino County. And Dee Bertelson, will you please come to the podium to begin the program?
Absolutely will. Thank you. Chair Begay, members of the board, we begin this evening this section of the meeting to talk about our employees that we're recognizing for so many years of dedicated service to Coconino County. Sheriff Jim Driscoll, former County Attorney Bill Ring, Judge Kathleen Nichols, Recorder Patty Hansen, Public Defender Sandy Deal, and Emergency Management Director Wes Deason are leaving a legacy of good work and commitment to our residents that, when added up, equal 136 years of public service. So today we'll have a staff member introduce each retiree and briefly highlight and possibly embarrass each retiree's legacy to honor the legacy of service to the people of Coconino County. The introduction will be followed by comments from the retiree. After the meeting, we will have a photo opportunity and light refreshments in the lobby. So thank you very much, Chair Begay, members of the board. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Commander Kathy Allen and Sheriff-elect Brett Axlin, who will be recognizing Sheriff Jim Driscoll, who has served Coconino County for 50 years.
Began working as all deputies did at that time in the jail in a detention officer capacity. One night, as things happen, several inmates ganged up on another inmate in our intake cell and began assaulting him. As deputies did at that time, they gave commands for those inmates to stop fighting. And as they refused to do so due to intoxication or whatever reason, the deputies gathered quickly to try to go into the cell to save the inmate that was being assaulted. Deputy Driscoll at the time, like all the others, took his uniform shirt off because he didn't want to ruin his shirt and have to buy a new one. I believe they made $5 a week back then. So as he took his shirt off with the other deputies, he ran first into the cell. When he went into the cell, the inmates took one look at him and stopped what they were doing, just dead stop, and sat down. Trying to figure out what happened, just because he entered the cell, everybody stopped fighting. They all looked down, looked at him, and he was wearing a Superman undershirt. So this just goes to prove that we do work for a superhero. We thank Sheriff Driscoll for all of his years of service, for all of his leadership and mentorship to all of us in the department. But we also want to thank the real hero in his life, which is his wife, Laura Driscoll. Both the sheriff and Laura come from a long line of service to our community. Laura is a retired teacher after 37 years. 37 years that she's given to our community and our kids. It's hard for her to go anywhere without being tracked down by one of her kids who are now adults in our community. So it's a great thing that she's done. I'd like to pass off the microphone very quickly to the person in our department that has worked the most years with the sheriff, just to say a few words. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Chair and members of the board. Kathy Allen, Commander of Administrative Services. And yes, I have been there for 39 of the sheriff's 50 years. And do I have some stories to tell? However, I won't share those with you here. The sheriff, obviously, over his 50 years has seen many, many changes, all good at the county and at the sheriff's office. But the one thing that has never changed is his constant, unwavering commitment and dedication to our community and the citizens of Coconino County. And I am happy to let you know this evening that he has parking available at his house for the blue Camaro that he's hoping the county will gift him. I would like to just close by saying thank you to Sheriff Driscoll for inspiring me and everyone at the Sheriff's Office to always serve our citizens at the highest level of service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, members, Mr. or Madam Chairman, members of the board, it's been quite a, as I mentioned before at one of the other events, quite a wild ride. You know, these past 50 years, I've had a secret, and it just got out today. And so I guess the secret. I worked very hard at covering this up all these 50 years, but Kathy and Brett let the cat out of the bag. So, the word is out now. But I will tell you what a great time this has been. I've enjoyed all these years. Some, I think, more than a few others during that time. But you know, the county has changed drastically. I look at the technology that we have. In these last 50 years, when we drove cars back then with a 3-speed on the column and no walkie-talkies, no handheld radios, revolvers is what we carried for work, and 12-gauge shotguns were it. And I look at the technology, no computers, no cell phones, none of those things. And to have all those things now and now with computers, we can't live without them. But again, it has been a great 50 years. I know I'm handing it off, and Kathy and Brett will take good care of the department and take it to the next level. And I appreciate working with all of you over the years and everybody here as well. It's been fun, and we got to laugh a lot, and we had some tough times too, but we got through those as well. And there'll be tough times in the future, but I think you have the leadership at the Sheriff's Office that will make that happen. So again, thank you all for these 50 years. And I sincerely appreciate the time that I've been able to serve the county and the citizens of Coconino County. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool, huh? Yeah, that's cool. Awesome.
Andy, the board will make comments till after all the presenters have talked. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Begay. Board will make comments after all the presenters. Sheriff Driscoll, thank you so much. I think we would like to live without computers and cell phones. I don't know that we could, but we would like to. So all the changes, thank you so much. Our next retiree is former County Attorney Bill Ring. Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani and County Attorney Ammon Barker will be recognizing Bill, who has served Coconino. We say 12 years, but we know much longer. We were just talking about the history of so many through the civil division, et cetera, with Bill Ring and his legacy in Coconino County. So thank you, Lucinda and Ammon. We'll start this presentation for Bill.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ammon Barker. I'm the county attorney. I'm really happy to be here to talk about my friend and former captain, Bill Ring. I've known Bill over 10 years. He started in the civil division and I was in the criminal division. And as it happens in our office, there isn't a lot of crossover between civil and criminal. And so I didn't get to know Bill that well until about 10 years ago. We tried to put a band together and we actually created a song together on the guitar, and we played it for an in-house training. And I think that's still circulating. And that was the beginning of a great partnership that I've enjoyed over the years. Bill has accomplished many things. I just want to talk about two things that I love about Bill. The first is he has prioritized the things that matter in life. He has prioritized his family. I've seen this as we've been in leadership councils together and meetings together. He speaks often about his 3 kids, his wife, with great affection and admiration and pride. It's common to hear Bill talk about his daughters, what they're doing, his son, what he's been doing, how they've graduated. He's got a daughter now at the ER here at FMC. He's got a son up in Canada with mining operation. He has another daughter who's a professor. I mean, fantastic children. And that is really a legacy of Lisa and Bill Ring. That is a lot of their doing. And he has prioritized that. And I think when we think about leadership and what people do in their personal and private lives, that really shows the values that he stands for. Family, community, connection, which is something very important in our office. The other thing that I love about Bill, and this will come as no surprise to anyone here who knows Bill, is that he is a deep thinker, famously so. He loves talking about ideas. There's a saying that great minds talk about ideas, right? And this is Bill Ring through and through. He loves talking about principles and values and the things that matter about how we exist together and how we administer justice and why we do what we do and why it's good. You'll hear him talk about that often. We think differently, and I think we balanced each other out over the years because of that. I'm a pragmatic thinker. I trend toward that direction, and Bill trends toward the philosophical. He is, I think he'll go down as the philosopher county attorney, much like the philosopher kings of old. And I really appreciate that about Bill. And in fact, there have been many times over the years when we've talked about issues and problems in the county or in our office where he'll kind of lean back in his chair and he'll talk about what is the principle behind that? What is the value? Let's elevate our thinking. And suddenly everything becomes much more clear about what we should be doing. And that's a beautiful thing about the way Bill's mind works. And I'm grateful. He's not leaving. Everyone should know he's still in our office. He's leading the civil division. And I still get to have these great conversations with him, which is a great blessing to me. Just in closing, there are 10 lessons that Bill had. This was a poster in our break room for years while he's been county attorney. I'm not going to read all 10, but the 10th lesson from Bill Ring reads, in the end, be grateful that all this is happening to you. This is your time. Take the shot. Be grateful for this, Bill. This is an amazing accomplishment. You've been a great leader, a great friend, a great mentor. I'm grateful you're still with us, and job well done. Thank you.
I want to echo everything that Ammon said, particularly the philosopher and the deep caring that you've always expressed for your family and for Lisa, and that deep caring. I also saw that extend to your entire team and to everybody that's worked with you. Like, you care about the outcome and you think about where are we going, what's the vision. And there aren't, the challenge of leadership is marrying up that vision with action. And there were two things that I wanted to share this evening. And one is the action piece. And I think that, yeah, a lot of people see you as a philosopher, Bill. But I see you as an action person. And I'll give you even just an example. In the last week, there was a item for the flood control district, and we needed an approval. And Bill approved it and said, hey, we need to keep things moving. And most of the things I've worked with Bill on had a lot of gravity and had a lot of impact on people's lives over the last almost 20 years. And particularly relative to Schultz and Pipeline and the various disasters. And he always understood fundamentally what was the gravity of that action and what he needed to do to support, protecting people. And that's what a county attorney does, is protect people. And so keeping things moving forward has always been, something that you've been committed to. And I really appreciate that, because we got a lot done. And you got a lot done. The second is leadership. And just repeatedly seeing the expression of leadership at every level, community level, CJCC, the various activities. But I think probably for me, one of the pieces that stood out the most was that when we went through an effort a couple of years ago to really look at organizational renewal and look at the leadership principles within this organization, when you were a leader in that conversation and in engaging people, and then you took that as an opportunity and you ran with it with your team. And I was in some of those sessions, and it was a beautiful thing to see how you led your team, and you had those crucial conversations and the important conversations that we need to have with the people that we work with. And you really embraced that and delivered on that. And to that end, you've had a great team and been very successful. And that's what it's all about. It takes a team. And you've embodied that, every day. So thank you for everything you've done for innumerable people across this county in every way, shape, or form. And to me, supporting the efforts that I've worked on. I can't thank you enough. And thank you, Lisa, for sharing him with us. And wish you the best. And so glad you're still going to be around and that you're here to mentor the next generation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, and members of the Board of Supervisors, I really appreciate that, Lucinda and Carrie. You both have helped Lisa and I advance, our leadership opportunities, and I'm, forever grateful to the things that you've provided, and also grateful to the board to grant me the privilege to serve the people of Coconino County and to exercise the development of leadership skills. I want to explain that by telling you a little history, but, Lisa and I came here in 1989. We were married in 1988. Came here in 1989 with no jobs. No, we had no prospects. But we were attached to something that's really important in this area, and it's to the land and to the people. because this is the place we wanted to be, and these are the people we wanted to spend our time with. And you know, that's paid great dividends when you think about what public service is. I was thinking of Supervisor Hess when he was making comments earlier today and your service to the nation for 20 years. You know, I didn't have the gumption at the time in the 1970s to just enlist in a service. But when 9/11 happened, right away I was 39 years old. I sent a letter to the Marine Corps. I don't know if Lisa knows this. I mean, that was such an outrageous day in our nation's history that I regretted the fact that I hadn't served. So I sent a letter to enlist in the Marine Corps and decide what, you know, skill level I've got. They'll decide what the match is. And I got this nice letter back from a lieutenant colonel who said, well, thank you for your application, but it appears that you don't meet our eligibility criteria because you were 39 years old. And I still thought I could be of service. But when I think about a career, 24 years, that's how long I've been with the county. 24 years, that I think is the equivalent of a life of public service. And all the things that the privilege of this job has allowed me to do. I've been at council table at the United States Supreme Court as an admitted lawyer to that bench and bar. I've argued cases in the well of the American Bar Association representing 5,000 prosecutors across the nation. I've served on the executive director board for the National District Attorneys Association, chaired the Arizona Prosecuting Attorneys Advisory Council. Yesterday, I was presenting in the well of the House of Representatives down at the state capitol, educating legislators on law. On law. That's all because you gave me the opportunity and the privilege to serve you. Being an elected official was just another privilege. So I really want to thank the people of Coconino County. Thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for having confidence in me. Thank you to my colleagues, Mr. Driscoll now, former Sheriff Driscoll, for being able to serve you. And then my last comment is I was thinking along the, I don't know, Jim and I didn't coordinate this, but this is true. I've put on a suit coat and I have a hat. This suit, this suit was with me the day I started at the county in 19, and listen, I still fit in it, right? So like you, Jim, I was thinking back to the day, and you know, this hat's been with me just as long. What a wonderful life, right? It's like Lou Gehrig said, you know, this has been a beautiful life. And it has, and I want to thank you all for that privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I got to be with Bill and Lucinda when they developed the matrix for decision-making for flood control projects, technical, legal, financial, risk management. In doing so, in that plan, changed legislation at the state level to meet our needs and ultimately the community's needs. Bill and I met a few weeks ago just to, well, philosophize, which I struggle with that a little bit, but Bill doesn't. And I walked away from that meeting. You might remember it, Bill. We had a cup of coffee, and I walked away inspired to do something great. What is that? We're working on that. But thank you, Bill. Thank you. Next, we have Judge Ted Reed recognizing Judge Kathleen Nichols, who has served Coconino County. We learned on Friday at the courthouse, Kathleen, Judge Nichols has had a relationship with Coconino County since 1995. So thank you very much, and we'll turn to Judge Reed.
Thank you, Andy, and Good afternoon, Chair Begay and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to extend our gratitude to Judge Brown Nichols for her tremendous service to Coconino County. So I think Judge Nichols embodies a passion for service to our communities through our trial courts. She came to Arizona in order to have more court time, have more trial time. She wanted to be a litigator and was able to use her tremendous legal skills as a prosecutor for the county attorney's office for about 8 years, starting in 1995. And in that role, she prosecuted felony cases and particularly focused on cases involving victims, particularly domestic violence victims. She was the definition of a zealous advocate in that role. But for a short break in civil litigation with Bill Ring, she returned back to service in our courts for 8 years in the Flagstaff Justice Court as a Justice of the Peace Pro Tem, and then became a Superior Court trial judge in Division 5 for the next 12 years. In all of those roles, she has lived and embodied this passion for service to our community. She's particularly experienced and conducted so many jury trials that was really a passion for her, conducting criminal jury trials of all magnitudes and civil litigation of all magnitudes. She's also dedicated to serving our community in our treatment courts, where she presided over our Veterans Court program for almost all of those 12 years. Most recently, she moved into a domestic relations caseload, which was completely foreign to her, but as a skilled attorney, she was able to learn very quickly to become excellent in that practice area, and that's particularly specialized and challenging practice area. Judge Nichols is also extremely dedicated to her family, particularly her husband and her 2 kids, and it's been amazing to just be a part of her journey and see those kids grow up from ski team to now being parents and raising kids of their own. You can always tell when you talk with Judge Nichols that she just cares so much about her community and her family, and has always been there to be a tremendous colleague for all of us. So I just want to join all of us in thanking Judge Nichols for her tremendous service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for recognizing all of us today. One thing, and I'm so excited to be here before all of the Board of Supervisors, but especially Lena Fowler, who has been, boy, I learned a lot from her when I ran for election for the first time, encouraging me to do certain things and where I needed to go, and I really appreciated it. I've always felt like she's so supportive to the courts. And then I really like that I'm here before Patrice Horseman, who's my supervisor, because as I'm so proud of my service to Coconino County, we're residents of Coconino County. We live in Coconino County. And so I'm really grateful to all the board. And I live on one of those roads where all the snow players are. So I'm very grateful to Sheriff Driscoll and to Supervisor Horseman. I've said to them more than once, thank you for putting those signs out there to try to get people to be responsible. But one thing I want to say, and yes, I'm one of the things I'm so proud of is the jury trials I presided over. And one of the questions we as judges ask jurors is, do you know anybody else on the panel? And we've gotten so big, every once in a while, very rarely, will people look around and say no, but usually they know someone. And even as big as Flagstaff has gotten, and I've lived here a little over 30 years, and I've worked for Coconino County since October of 1995, except for a brief time, year and a half, when Bill Ring enticed me away to go work with him and do litigation, and then came back to Coconino County. So all that time working for Coconino County and living in Coconino County. But we're still relatively small, because I have to say, seeing Sheriff Driscoll and Laura Driscoll here, I just want to share a couple. I think it just shows we're still small, we're a community, and what a great place to live in and practice in and work in. But I go back a ways with many of the folks being recognized today. First, with Sheriff Driscoll, I don't remember what title he held when I first started in the county attorney's office, but I remember working with him then. But Laura was my children's third grade teacher at Sechrist. Both my kids had her, and I thought, oh, we've hit the lottery. They got Laura. But I also remember a time that Jim may not remember. Our kids played soccer, and we were down in Phoenix. I don't know if you remember this, Jim. And Laura was there too, and my husband was there, and my son was playing, and he broke his arm, and it looked like a swan. I'm not kidding. His arm looked like this, and oh my gosh, I'm going to go blank. Orthopedic surgeon from Flagstaff. His child was on the team as well. You would all know him if I could remember his name right now. And Mickey Abishouse, right. And think about, a lot of people don't do these things now. Myself being a lawyer as well as a judge, not taking risks, right? Not doing things because you might get sued or something might happen. And what did Mickey do? Mickey ran out there. My husband ran out. Now, Jim, I tell you this story because he distracted me. He looked at me and he said, Kathleen, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And Mickey went out there and explained to my husband that we need to re-break it right now, because if we don't re-break it, it's going to get swollen. It's going to cause him more pain. And so he re-broke it right on the field. And when we got to the ER in Phoenix, they were shocked that really a doctor came out and did that. Yes, they did. So that's Flagstaff for you. And then I also want to recognize, well, Keith Hammond had a lot of cases with over the years, a very zealous advocate for his clients. Bill Ring, again, I got to work with Bill at the county attorney's office and loved working there. I was getting a little crispy in charging. I missed being in court. And Bill asked me if I'd come work with him and do the litigation side. And I loved working with Bill. And everything Ammon said is right. He's one of the brightest individuals and one of the best writers I've ever seen. And loved working with him. But I missed being in a courtroom. I just missed it. And so when the opportunity came, and I applied and became a justice of the peace pro tem, I was excited, and he was great about not being too sad, I hope, that I left. But we've always stayed in contact. Lisa's wonderful. Our kids grew up together also and went to Flag High together. And then I also want to just recognize Patty Hansen, just knowing her over all the years, and what a great department. I saw the election. Where did I see him? I just wanted to recognize, because I got the privilege of doing election cases for the last 12 years, and what a great job elections does, the county recorder. I mean, made my job easy as a judge, because they always knew what they were doing, and it was just well done, well done. And Steve Pruitt, so great to see you. We even go to the same church. So it's just amazing. Oh, and then Sandy Deal, where's Sandy? Sandy Deal's over here. I got to recognize, we got to recognize her a little bit today with her party celebration. And when I started in the county attorney's office, I was doing juvenile prosecution and misdemeanor prosecution, and I got to do cases with Sandy and other attorneys. And one of the things I meant to say today, and I forgot to, that I loved about working here, it says so much about this county, is the camaraderie. We got along, we worked together. It was not, I hear other lawyers would come from Maricopa County or other places, and it was real contentious. That was never my experience. We worked together and we worked well. And then Kim and I started, Kim was doing juvenile probation and I was doing prosecution. So it's so nice to be here this long and see people that I've known for such a long time. When I came from California, we came here to raise our kids. We've all been talking for a while, but I just want to share with you what you all know, right? That's why we live here. It's why we work here. But we moved from San Diego in August of 1994. My husband's two sisters, my husband's the oldest of four. He's disabled now, so he'd be here, but he's had a stroke. I'm getting emotional, and a spinal cord injury. So he's he's at home, otherwise he'd be here. But anyway, I apologize. I didn't mean to get emotional. But anyways, we came here because my husband's oldest sister came here to go to college, met a great guy, started a very successful business here. They stayed. And then his youngest sister ended up doing the same thing, coming here and starting a business. They got to stay here. And so we loved it here. We'd come visit here, and we thought, what a great place to raise children. So when our daughter was not quite 3 and our son was 1.5 years, we got the opportunity to move here. And I will tell you, it was serious pay cuts for both of us. A downgrade for my husband and huge pay cut for me. But I never became a lawyer to make a lot of money. I became a lawyer because I wanted to be a trial attorney and I wanted to advocate for my client. And so I had, again, done litigation in California, loved it. All of our friends thought we were crazy. What are you doing? and moving away. But I wanted to do, as Judge Reed touched on, I wanted to do trial work. And so I thought, well, we'll make the move and I'll do criminal, maybe criminal defense. I never thought prosecutor. I thought I'd be a criminal defense attorney. But, you know, life takes these twists, and that's what the opportunity was. And I applied there. And I wish Jerry Hance was here to thank him for hiring me and believing in me. I wasn't, Sandy said this today, I wasn't their first choice either. But I got that job. Yeah. And so, yeah. So let me tell you a quick story about that. So I'll try to make it really quick. But I applied. I had to take the bar exam because there was no reciprocity between Arizona and California at that time anyways. I still think there's not. And can you imagine, maybe not, but for those of us that are lawyers, you've been practicing for 10 years out of law school, you have 2 toddlers, and now you're going to study for the bar exam. So I crammed for 6 weeks. I crammed for 6 weeks. Thank God I passed. Before I got my results, I had an interview with Terry Hance at Camille Bibles, and they said, okay, let us know when you get your bar results. I said, okay. And I can't even, they probably won't even do this now, but I remember calling the state bar to see if, when were they going to be mailed out? And because I needed to get back to work because I didn't have a job here either. I was closing down my practice in California. And so I called the state bar. Oh, do you want to know your results? I'm like, you're going to tell me over the phone? Yeah, we'll tell you over the phone. They told me I passed. So I went very elated. Then I called Terry Hance and I said, I've got my bar results. I passed. Oh, we offered it to somebody else. So then I think only a day goes by, maybe 2. And Camille Bibles calls me and she says, are you still interested in the job? I said, absolutely. Okay, can you start on Monday? This was like Friday. I said, sure. Yes, yes, ready to go. And so, and then they call me back and they say, can we get your California bar number? And because I said to Camille, I'm not going to be sworn in until, you know, I think a few more weeks. And she said, oh, that's okay. We'll get to train you. And so anyways, they called me back, asked me for my state bar number. I start that Monday, a couple of days later. Well, I didn't know it, but they got me admitted pro hoc vice over the weekend. They went to Judge Coker. And I was that Monday handling cases in court. So I got to experience, got to work with great people. I got great trial experience. I just wanted to be the best trial lawyer I could be. And I really got a chance to do a lot of trials. And then I got to do them as a judge, preside over them. And I really, really enjoyed my time. I just want to close with, you know, we moved here to raise our kids here because we saw how beautiful it was and how wonderful the people are. It's so eclectic. It's wonderful. Different viewpoints. We may not all agree on everything, but what we agree on is what a great place this is and what a great place it is to live. And so we wanted to raise our kids here. And I thought to myself, I don't know what's going to happen with my career, but we'll see. And then look what happened. I achieved everything and more that I ever thought I would. And I got to work with great people, supportive people. And Coconino County has been a wonderful place to work for 29 years and 2 months. And I just want to say on behalf of the court, we couldn't be in better hands than with Judge Reed and Judge Krieger. They're the future. They're the future of our court. And you talk about technology, Judge Reed is so on top of it, and so is Judge Krieger. And they're in great, great hands. And so I just want to thank you for thinking of me and how much I have loved working for this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Nichols. Thank you for your service to Coconino County. That's something we really noticed on Friday when we were at the Coconino County Courthouse honoring Judge Nichols. You heard from her, Coconino County. I'm retiring from Coconino County, and that's the lifeblood of this organization and who we are. Judge Nichols referenced a little warm up talking about Patty Hansen. Patty Hansen served Coconino County for 21 years, has been committed to public service, good, clean, fair elections, accessible elections, voter registration, as well as being the Coconino County recorder. So here to recognize her is Chief Deputy Recorder Donna Casman.
I've worked with Patty the entire time I've been here, so it's going to be very strange to not have you around every day. That's right. Patty has a very impressive resume, so I had to write some of this down. Patty began her work in election administration in 1987 when she was appointed the Deputy Election Commissioner for Lancaster County, Nebraska. We hear a lot about Nebraska from Patty. In 1991, she was appointed by the governor of Nebraska to be the Lancaster County Election Commissioner and served in that position until 1999. She then moved to Minnesota, where she accepted an elections specialist position with Ramsey County. During her years in Minnesota, she also worked in Hennepin County as an elections specialist and as an elections administrator for the Minnesota Secretary of State's office. Patty joined Coconino County in 2003 when she was appointed the elections administrator in the county recorder's office when Candy Owens was recorder. She served in that role until she was elected county recorder in 2012 and was reelected for 2 subsequent terms in 2016 and 2020. During her time as recorder, Patty has served on numerous committees and associations. She's been the president of the Arizona Association of County Recorders and served on the board of directors for the Arizona Association of Counties. She is a certified elections registration administrator through Auburn University and the Election Center and an Arizona certified election officer. She has served on national and state task forces for various election topics and has been asked to speak before the U.S. Civil Rights Commission and other national election organizations about the importance of things like the Native American outreach programs and providing language assistance to minority language voters. Patty is a champion for voting rights. Everyone knows that who knows Patty, and has dedicated her career to striking down barriers to voting and expanding the voting franchise. Even in retirement, she plans on continuing to volunteer and work on the advocacy side of elections to fight voter suppression laws. I have known Patty my entire career with the county. I joined the recorder's office in 2004 and have worked alongside Patty for over 20 years. In that time, we have seen many changes and challenges in elections administration, but I have consistently seen Patty's passion and dedication to ensuring every eligible voter has the right to a safe, secure, fair, and accurate elections. Her knowledge and experience in the voter registration and elections field has been a huge asset to her colleagues and the community. Patty has been quoted saying, "I think our democracy is strongest when everyone's voices are heard." And it has been her legacy to pursue that vision. Patty, I hope you were able to continue your passion for public service and also take some time to relax and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Donna. That's very kind words, and I appreciate it. And it has been a joy working with Donna and the rest of the people, the team in the recorder's office. Couldn't ask for a better group of people to work with. And Donna will stay on as chief deputy. So our new recorder coming in, Aubrey Sonderreger, has already shown how smart she is. So I want to thank everybody, especially my fellow elected officials, Cheryl, Val. Sarah's not here, I know, Armando, Jim. Jim has kept me from going crazy many times. And I'm glad you never had to put me in jail for not following some of the bad laws this legislature has passed. Very true. Very true. And Bill, you've kept me out of trouble, and I hope you're still going to keep me out of trouble the next couple weeks. So I hope I have not missed anyone here, but I have to also thank Candy Owens. There you are. And Steve Peru. They had the good sense of hiring me in 2003 to come here. And it has been a joy and such a privilege. I agree with Judge Nichols. I cannot think of a better place to live and work. So I'm not going to talk very much longer. I'll get myself crying. So I do want to say one thing I will not miss is being called Madam Recorder. Every time I heard Madam Recorder, I thought, I don't run a brothel. And that will probably be the title to my autobiography. Thank you very much.
Patty, that's one thing you'll miss, but that's exactly what we will miss about you. Thank you, Patty. And finally, our last honoree is Emergency Management Director, Wes Deason. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Crowd's painting. Sandy, also from Nebraska. You know how you have accountability partners in life? So tonight it's all of you. But it's been Sandy for me. Andy, are you going to run Imogene this year? I don't think I'm going to make it this year because I probably can't because I'm not in shape for it. But yet she still asked. So our next honoree is Sandy Deal, and she's been with Coconino County for 30 years. And she'll be recognized by Deputy Public Defender Jennifer Stock. So thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman Begay, members of the board. My introduction to Sandy Deal, I didn't realize that she was the director of the Public Defender's Office. It was the summer of 2020. My husband and I had just moved to Arizona, and I saw there was an opening at the Public Defender's Office here in Coconino County, and I thought, well, I'm going to apply for it now. How long could it take for me to get my Arizona bar number? Ha, ha, ha. Little did I know how long that process would take. But I got a call almost immediately from someone named Sandy Deal, and I wrote the name down so I remember who the person was. And when she found out that I didn't have my bar number yet, she wisely knew better than me that would take a while for me to get my bar number. And she said, well, let me know once you do have your bar number. Well, a year later, in July of 2021, there was another opening at the Public Defender's Office. And I did have my bar number this time, so I applied for it. And I had an interview set up with the director of the Public Defender's Office, Sandy Deal, and the deputy director, Brad Bransky. And I looked back at my notes and I said, oh my God, that wasn't an office manager who called me. That was the director who called me last year. And I was just floored because in all of the other offices I'd ever seen, it would be an office manager who called you, not the director. But that's who Sandy is, and that's the kind of leadership that she has shown in the Public Defender's Office. Every job and every person is equally important. There's no one job in that office that is more important than another, and she makes that very clear. And she works very hard to recognize every member of that office. She works hard that people are compensated to show their worth. Her door is always open for anyone in the office. If anyone has any problems or if they're going through a hard time, they can go in and talk to her. And it's her leadership, I think, that has made it such a great office. She's worked for the county for 30 years. She's been director of our office for 10 years. In those 10 years, She's added positions, she's added support staff to help us attorneys do even better for our clients so that we can work for our clients. And every person in our office works hard for Sandy. They don't want to disappoint her. They know the expectations that she has in the office. And she is leaving this office a better office than it was when she came into it as director. Well, came into it 30 years ago, but when she took over as director 10 years, Sandy, I hope I don't screw up your office because you've done a great job. So it's been a pleasure working for Sandy. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm so glad I'm not doing a budget presentation. Woo! When I became an attorney back in 1991, I was a Flagstaff resident, and my first job was working full-time for Wendy White. I know many of you know Wendy. She did all of the appeals. We had a couple of capital cases going on. I mean, it was an incredible caseload, and it was, I don't want to say it was a horrible job because I learned a lot. It was a great job. But I interviewed with Jack Grace, who was the first public defender in Coconino County. I know you knew him, Patrice. And he was the coolest guy. And he was like, well, I can't hire you now, but you know, if we're going to have budget coming up, I'm going to have money. I think I'll have another position. I'll probably hire you in the summer. Well, Jack died in the summer of 1993, and I didn't get a job. And I still remember going to his funeral. He was a very well-respected, liked. He was a judge for a while. He was a public defender for a while. But I was driving past the courthouse on the way to the funeral, and I knew some of the public defenders because I did petitions for post-conviction relief and some appeals. And so I knew some of the staff there. And I saw Linda Houle getting in a vehicle, and Conrad Barron was helping her, and they were both attorneys in the office. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I want to work there. Look how nice those attorneys are to each other. I didn't know they were married. I found that out much later. But it stuck with me. And in 1994, I interviewed again with Alan Gerhardt, who was the second public defender of Coconino County. And like you said, Kathleen, he didn't hire me. I was second. I wanted to do juvenile. I wanted to do mental health. I wanted to work with families. But somebody else who was a nurse who had better qualifications than I did was hired. And I was heartbroken. But a week later, he called and said, well, somebody else just quit. Do you want to do felonies? And I was like, I just want to work there. Sure, I'll do anything. And so that started a career of 30 years. I stayed on with the public defender's office. I did felonies for a while until somebody left, and I was able to do what my passion is, which is work with kids and families and people, and to help people's lives and maybe make them better, maybe at least make them less worse, right? And so after a few years, I went to Alan and said, hey, there's this opening in juvenile. Can I do that? And he said, why do you want to do that? That is a career dead end. Do not do that. And I said, well, I want to do that. I want to work with them. And so I did. And then he spent the next 15 years making it not a dead end. He was so supportive, just like the county family is so supportive. He helped me in my training, in my ability to deal with people in difficult situations, and really made the way for me to become a person who could be a director of a department. And it wasn't only him, though. Obviously, the board at the time, the board that we've had over the course of the years, has really made it possible to make my department as healthy and as successful. And I got to tell you, no offense, Bill, no offense, Ammon, but I think I get the best attorneys in Coconino County in my office. Sorry, dudes. No, no. But they're great people. They're not only great attorneys, but they're great humans. And I attribute that to the county, to you all, to our county managers I've had over the years, and big shout out to Steve Peru. He has a great sense of humor. I played some horribly mean jokes on Alan Gerhardt, and he helped me. So, complete with letterhead and signature. So, but I just want to say I am so grateful. And if there's anything I can take from this, I know Bill and Lisa, we have this common friend who always said, have an attitude of gratitude. I have an attitude of gratitude every day, not only for my office, for my people, for my county, for what you've done for me. And we make lives better. We, Coconino County, make, whether it's for our employees, for our folks we work for, I don't care if it's a defendant or a department or whatever, we make lives better. And that's always been my goal, to leave my office with it a little bit better than it was, and the people I work for a little bit better than they were. So I just want to thank you all. I'm so happy to be done after 30 years, but I really appreciate everything you've done for me and for my department. So.
I sort of remember that joke played on Alan Gearhart. I think I was budget manager at the time, and I was a little afraid of Alan. He's a very intelligent person, but speaking of budget, it's our understanding that even though Sandy's retiring, she's already preparing for the budget hearings and working with. So, thank you, Sandy. So, lastly, we have Emergency Management Director Wes Deason. He's been with us for just over 4 years now. If I'm almost 5 years, if I'm counting our years by our natural disasters that we've faced, I'm thinking just after the museum fire, post-fire flood preparations, which are still happening today in 2024 as Coconino County and the city Flagstaff works through the Spruce Avenue wash. So here to recognize Wes is Tim Carter, our Assistant Director.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. Good to see you guys again. If I'm looking over your shoulders, it's kind of just so I can see if Wes is coming up behind me. I was trying to think of what can I say about Wes when Jenny emailed and said, you have 5 minutes. How do you combine everything we've been through down into 5 minutes? And then Wes kind of reminded me this wasn't going to be a roast, so I had to start over. So what I did, most of us here have a Wes story or have experiences with Wes. Andy, you're right. We dealt with some of the most significant disasters that the county has seen in recent year, with multiple significant wildfires, post-wildfire flooding, COVID. I met Wes in the COVID EOC on day one. They didn't even give him a desk. They just put him in the EOC with us, and that's where it started. So today I asked my staff that's with us, if you could describe Wes in one word, what would that be? They all said tall. So I said, no, something else. But I think it really, it sums up Wes's character and his leadership for our office. So I had to write these down. One said that he is definitely a leader. I know most of you have had conversations with Wes. He is a student of leadership, and part of that is recruiting and training all of our staff to do their jobs and then giving them the freedom and the guidance to do their jobs to the best of their abilities, trusting the folks that work with us. Another said dedicated, and I have personally seen that, especially during COVID when we had a lot of young folks out helping us at the COVID vaccine and testing sites, and it's just snowing, and they're all standing around. But Wes is the guy with the snow shovel out there shoveling parking lots, right? He's definitely not going to allow anyone to do something that he doesn't do first, right? Steadfast, and I can remember back to April of 2022. When we had the tunnel fire, we opened up the EOC. You know, and we were getting very rapid reports. The fire was extremely fast moving. We were getting rapid reports from the sheriff's departments and the Forest Service about we're losing homes. This is happening. This is happening. And West was definitely a steadfast pillar in the EOC. You know, if he was freaking out inside, he didn't let it show. You know, he was that pillar of calm. You know, this is what we're going to do. We have a job to do. Here's what we're going to do. Let's get it done. He's an advocate. You know, he has at times, we'll call it what is we've done battle with the state. You know, if there were things that Coconino County needed and there had to be some convincing at higher levels, we did the convincing, right? You know, he has worked tirelessly for the county organization and for the citizens of Coconino County. Another one they gave me was formidable, which, you know, I thought was a good one. You know, he's probably forgotten more about emergency management than any of us will ever know. You know, he is definitely a subject matter expert in this and knows what he's doing. You know, being able to speak clearly at the state level where he used to work at DEMA and working with those relationships and at the federal level for the benefit of Coconino County and our citizens. A motivator. You know, again, he always likes to respond to some of the, I don't want to call them age jokes, but some of the age jokes that, you know, even with some of our staff being twice or half his age, you know, he's motivating them to get out there and try to beat me doing this, you know, and encouraging staff to go out and do so. You know, it's clear we have a small team. It's clear that Wes will be missed in our department. I ask all of our team if they really, you know, Wes was saying, they don't have to go to the board meeting. They don't have to go to the board meeting. I was like, okay, well, none of them have to come down here. They all want to be. So that's why every one of them are here, is to honor the work that and the leadership that he's provided the county and our department. My words that I wrote down on mine are mentor and a friend. You know, I look back again, back when I think about conversations had with some of the board members and the county management staff during the tunnel fire. It was, you know, what do you guys need? And when Wes came into the department, we were a department of 3. You know, we were doing the best we could with what we had. We definitely needed to grow. We'd identified some gaps that we had. So working with the board and the county manager's office, you guys trusting us enough to say, okay, we'll give you what you need, and allow us to increase our preparedness for the county and our community, you know, increase our response efforts, our recovery efforts, you know, has definitely been a direct correlation to Wes's leadership and influence in this department. So while it's only been 4 years with our county, you know, it caps an over 40-year career in public safety, starting with Tucson Police and then working with the state. So we are bittersweet, sad to see him go. And I will say I will block his number so he doesn't send me fishing pictures from Yellowstone. And I may have to block yours too, Sheriff. So, but we are, yeah, we're sad to go, but we're excited to be able to recognize Wes amongst everybody else tonight. So thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to start off with a complaint. I don't know who set the order tonight, but sitting for 7.5 hours waiting to hear what Tim is going to say about you is not, if you know Tim, that's the thing, okay? Yeah, and Brett, he's still here? Thanks for that phone call that day during tunnel fire. We're losing homes, thanks, click. Kind of set the tone. Thank you, sir. No, thank you very much for the time. Madam Chair, board members, I appreciate the little bit of your valuable time. It's a little humbling. 50 years public service, 30 years, you know, My part of this is very small in what 145 years that Annie brought up. I'm glad to see the sheriff retiring because I'm tired of running into him in public and he talks to me about how sore his arm is from fishing. It's irritating. So enjoy your fishing, sir. Hopefully we'll see you in Yellowstone at some point. But I wanna start by thanking the group behind me. They made emergency management what it is. Not me, not you, all due respect. They made it that. They're in the back row because emergency management is behind the scenes. We serve law enforcement, we serve fire, we serve you, we serve the citizens. They're also back there because they don't usually behave, so I thought that was a good spot for them. I certainly want to thank the board. Your support for the emergency management mission in the county has been amazing. Has been absolutely amazing. We've had a lot of asks since museum, and yeah, it's been quite a ride. County manager's office. I'm pretty sure Andy's wanted to fire me a couple times. He might have fired me a couple times. We've had some conversations, but I try to remind him it's really his fault because, as he told me, emergency management started back in Public Works under him, and I think Lucinda was involved in that, so it's really his fault. And Sheriff Driscoll, that's right, that's correct, Sheriff Driscoll. So yeah, it's kind of his fault. But and thinking back to Steve and Sue, we did have a conversation during during tunnel fire, and I think Lucinda was there as well. We were all struggling to keep up with that. That was a pretty rough one. And Steve comes up to me and he says, so, what do you guys need in emergency management? I asked for a helicopter. He said no. So I said, we need some staff and we need some function and we need to be able to serve the county and serve the board better. And he stepped up immediately and we started bringing in a whole lot more capability. So I'm really grateful for that. It was a really good time. It's been a great ride with the county. I think we ended up with, if I'm not mistaken, 13 state declarations and 3 federal declarations during my time here, including COVID. So COVID's Kim's fault, so I'll give her that one. But really, I'm very grateful for the time and the recognition tonight. It's going to be definitely a miss. I love Flagstaff. If I could afford a house here, I'd stay, but I work for the county, so I can't afford a house here. So I would definitely stay if I could. But thank you again very much, and I'll be back. I'll be around, and hopefully try not to get myself in trouble with the new sheriff. So, thank you all.
Chair Begay, members of the board, we now turn to you to say a few words about our retirees.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here with us and congratulating and accepting the retirees here. So we'll go ahead and go with District 1.
Good. And wow, this is just an incredible night. And certainly, one of the things I was writing down comments for people that were introducing our wonderful retirees that have been such incredibly dedicated servants here to Coconino County. And we are so rich in leaders. And, here's what I wrote: commitment, leadership, mentorship, engagement, dedication, team, camaraderie, inspiring, service at the highest level, community, vision, action, passion. I mean, God, it doesn't get better than that. And I'm going to just make very brief comments from each one, because I think each one is so deserving of our recognition. And it could go on forever, but I promise it's going to be really short and sweet. Sheriff Driscoll, 50 years, what can you say? You are a superhero. Your outreach, your touch within our community, being part of our community, created respect for law enforcement, and most importantly, trust in our law enforcement. So thank you so much. Really going to miss you, Jim. Yeah. And Bill Ring, this is somebody I've known for a really long time, way before he was even here in Coconino County. And I just have to say, we are so pleased to have our attorney philosopher still back here working for us here in Coconino County. We are so lucky here on the Board of Supervisors that we have his time, his vision, his counsel, his ability to think outside the box, his ability to tell us we can't do that. And we are certainly blessed that he is going to continue on with us. So thank you, Bill. And Judge Kathleen Brown Nichols, Judge, I know you're in my district. I so appreciate it because you're staying in my district. Your commitment to social and legal justice, not only that, but also your involvement in our community, your family focus, your legal skills. Certainly, you have helped make Coconino County a better place. And I want to thank you so much for all of your work. And Patty Hansen, oh my goodness. Patty Hansen is legendary, impressive indeed. Her commitment to clean, fair, accessible elections. Wow, what can you say? Patty Hansen's name is synonymous with voting rights. Thank you, Patty. And Sandy Gill, another person I've known a whole long time. And obviously, just again, your work on behalf of clients to ensure social justice, so to ensure criminal justice, your commitment and voice within CJCC. You did revitalize the public defender's office. You have indeed made people's lives better. And thank you so much for your work. And last and not least, Wes Dyson. I got to say, I have so enjoyed working with you, Wes. Your leadership in the time of crisis and emergencies and keeping our residents safe in the time of disaster. And not only that, but your incredible driving skills, whether it be in a presidential convoy or driving supervisors through flooded streets. You have just been the best. Thank you so much, Wes. Really appreciate it. And just, Sandy, I'm going to steal this. Attitude for gratitude. I mean, really, how much better can you get than that? And for sure, these individuals who have been our leaders for years, in some cases for decades, have certainly made Coconino County an even better place. Thank you all so much for your commitment, your dedication, your skill, your understanding, your love for our community. Thank you. District 2.
Thank you. Wow, that's a lot of institutional knowledge that we just told stories about and listened to and recognized. And it's a great honor to be here today and to listen to those and recognize all the service that we've heard about today. And so thank you, for your public service, for all the time that you did working on behalf of the county and all the time that you did keeping it together with your families to make sure you were good enough to be able to work for our county, right? Because that behind the scenes stuff is tough and public service is hard on the family. And so to have gone through 50 years or 30 years or 20 years, that's a big deal. And so thank you. The other thing I think about is we're losing 6 icons of institutional knowledge for our county. And that means the next generation has to come up. And so your true legacy is those folks that you have mentored that will now be stepping up and taking in that next role. And so, we thank you for that mentorship. We thank you for providing us with your service and your knowledge and education on how to do things right. And now it's time for the next generation of leaders to step in and to really take it to that next level. And so again, thank you. I have complete confidence in those folks that you have mentored and guided to move forward to take us as a county into the future. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. District 3.
Wow, what a good evening. This is an emotional ride for all of you, I'm sure. And I said it before on my outro, but this really solidifies family. And wow, You guys have all made this what it is. Everybody in this room. It's amazing to be here, and I'm sure it's harder to leave. And you know, in my Army career, everyone kind of 3-4 years gone. You know, you talk about legacies, but you're not with them the whole time. You guys are so lucky to have been here and create, as the judge was saying, you knew everybody in here. You know everything about everything. That's so inspiring. And it's so cool as the up and coming people can say, wow, someday I'll be there. Someday I'll be there. So you guys are leaving. I always bring up legacy. When I was talking to my soldiers, I was like, man, you always want to talk about what is your legacy? What are you leaving behind? What you're leaving behind are the people and the knowledge that they have. You can't take that knowledge with you, so you got to share it. And you guys have, and it's evident in the people that are following you, the people you created in your kind of your honor, the way they picked up those little subtlety moments that you don't even know you do. It's going to live on. That's your legacy. So be proud. Be so proud of what you've done. We always say in the Army, leave it better than when you found it. You guys are exactly the epitome of that. You guys have made this county what it is, whether it was 50 years, 4 years, or just the 1 year that I got to do it and see this. I'm telling you, it's impressive. Last thing I want to say is I'm just honored. So are all the citizens and the residents of Coconino County to have you serve us. So from one civil servant to another, thank you. Appreciate it.
District 5.
Yes, yes. Um, Thank you. It is just so amazing to watch all of you, all the friendship. You know, the friendship creates stability, and you all were teasing each other across the room, and then it tosses back over here like a ball. And it just is amazing what you have done here and what you are leaving. Just so I just want to thank you for that. Just how you have worked with the community, work with the people that are in need. All of your work, it's flooding the people that are in need of your service. They're all in some kind of need, and yet you're there for them. And it's just, to me, it's just so amazing that you were able to do that. So Sheriff Driscoll, just your vision of serving the whole county and being able to have that vision, having a whole county approach and not having enough officers and coming over and really fighting for your staff, your more staff, more time, better workplace. I mean, that's just, we've always tried to work with you, a better program for them. And so I just want to thank you for all of your work. And I know that your staff appreciate you, and you create a better working place for them, as well as our community. And then all of you and your partnership in the community, your working relationship that you have created for all agencies, federal agencies, the state agency, and the tribes. You know, we work at the national county level. There are counties that don't even want to serve tribes. And yet in this county, that is what we talk about. How do we serve the different nationalities better? How do we improve our system to be able to meet their needs? And that's what you all have done. And through this work that you have done, you are truly a Superman. And I I knew there was a Superman somewhere, and you're the one. Bill, you've been our county attorney. I remember when you came in, and it was just taking that county attorney's office and being able to really listen, because rural communities, our rural communities have different needs sometimes. Our tribal members have different needs sometimes. So how are we able to meet their needs, especially when it comes to working relationship and a working relationship, especially with the tribes? How do we do that? That's been just a big, just your work in our legal department and just being able to guide the county. Judge Nichols, I learned a lot from you about what a judge is, just the time that we were together. I'm so happy that you have, you spent this whole time here just working with really a lot of times challenging people. And how do you do that? Your talk about how do we help these individuals. It's always been amazing to me as a judge to be able to think that way. I always thought that a judge just makes a decision, okay, throw them in jail, you know. I really did. Until I came to the county, and here we're like, oh, how do we have, what programs can we create? How can we make it better? How do we work with the family? So it's just, thank you for all of your education, all of you. Patty, I don't know if I've met anyone else that has fought for voter rights as much as you have, especially for Native Americans. You gave testimonies, you have confronted these proposals and legislations and bills that was going to really have an impact. And just your advice to us on how to work better and being able to create a better working, better voting environment, creating the Tuba City office, and then coming up with a community education program. You know, it's just I mean, I could say that about all the rest of you sitting in here. All of you are doing that. And Sandy, I just love it when you come before the board during budget time. I'm gonna miss you. I mean, working with really challenging people and creating a program and that will help them, and fighting for your staff, your attorneys, and creating that understanding where we understand what your needs are to be able to serve the people properly. Thank you. And Wes, thank you. You've really reached out into the community. You've really brought emergency management to a level where I believe now that it's a lot more stable, especially fighting for the new facility, fighting to be able to, even today, we're having a conversation. You just updated me on this idea that I had, and you're actually carrying it out to be able to help the tours in the Slot Canyon in Page and put a monitor there. So when the rain flood comes through, maybe I say a canyon wren will alert the tour operators and safely get the people out of there. And you put a program together. It is really great, and you've been pushing that along, and the ham radio projects and working with all the agencies. You know, we are a county, but we also work very closely with our federal agencies because we are on public lands. We're also working with tribes. These are partnerships that our citizens that really rely on that we have to do. So what I saw just across the board here is just friendship. Friendship is not something that we just do or that is imposed on us. Friendship is something that we do, we initiate, and the other person initiates. You can love someone, but that someone doesn't have to love you back. But friendship is a two-way relationship. And I just saw that here. And it's so beautiful to watch it here. And that's what family, we always say county family. And I see that here. And that's where our county is so healthy and in the right place because of all your friendships that you all created. So I just want to thank you for that. Really appreciate all your work and man, just the knowledge that is not going to be here is going to be amazing. But we have new ones that you have mentored into your positions, into your positions. Hope we'll be working with them. So thank you.
Again, thank you so much. Also like to say a few words, for each one of the candidates. Sheriff Drizzle, Sheriff, I know that, you're very dedicated to all you serve within the communities of Coconino. You're a leader, you're a mentor, and then also, you're visible out there. I know for sure that some of the areas that will really miss you is the reservations. You were always there, being visible, talking with them, sharing your concerns, their issues, whatever. So I just want to say thank you so much. I think that you've been in the chapter houses for a long time, that if anybody in here needs a Navajo translator, he may be able to do that. So thank you so much for all the hard work you've done for the county. 50 years is a lot of years. I just started my 51 years. And, I always say, that money doesn't matter how much you get paid. It's helping the communities and being out there with them and just really out there for them, listening to them. So I just want to say that too also. And then also Bill Ring, we saw your true self today in the meeting that we had. Someone that's going to stand by the books. That's something that we need. Somebody that is really dedicated to the job and to ensure that, we're safe and, we're in the right, as board members. I really like that. And I'm glad that you're still here and we're still going to use you. So I just want to say thank you so much for all the work that you've done for the county thus far, and that, you're still going to be here to help us along. We would really appreciate that. And Kathy, thank you so much for being an advocate, talking for the people, speaking for the people that are victims. And, there's two sides to every story, and not everyone will be able to afford anything in certain areas, to get across to what they need to talk for them, and not able to be talking for themselves. So again, thank you for all your advocacy and just working with the people out there in our communities. And Coconino County is a big county, and I'm pretty sure, that you've experienced, a lot of different Indigenous and everyone within the court system. So thank you so much. Patty, thank you for the clean elections, with the clear visions that you had for Coconino County, being transparent, and then also being an advocate for the voters of all walks of life here in Coconino County. Thank you so much for all that. And then I'm pretty sure you had staff that were right behind you to really help you. So I just want to say that thank you so much with that, and you've always answered people's questions, and you didn't ask your staff to do it. Somebody called you, you were right on it, and you answered those questions or called them right back. So that's something that, means a lot to everyone that would try to get a hold of you personally. Sandy, thank you for being, there for the people. As a leader, you have to have an open door policy. And doesn't matter who it is, students, if they're, parents, grandparents, somebody that just wants to talk to you, you should be able to have that. And you had that. And so that people respect you in that way and they know you by that. And so I just want to say that thanks for promoting internships, within, and then I'm pretty sure that your predecessor is going to be also doing that. And it means a lot to help students along. And, so I just feel that, that's something that is something that the Coconino County is there for, to ensure that, they're helping attorneys to be along. And so that they can come back and help us at one time or another. Wes, oh my gosh, very considerate and passionate, being a leader, being there all hours of the night, with staff, and then also just really being there. And you're always there trying to do a job of your staff. And as a leader, that's what a leader needs, is able to be out there shoveling snow. To some places, supervisors, they just stand there and they watch. That's not a true leader. So I just want to say thank you so much for all the people that we acknowledged this evening. And it's an honor to be part of it. And, I just want to say that I congratulate each and every one of you. Good luck on your future endeavors and happy holidays.
So Chair Begay, members of the board, we're going to conclude our evening this evening. Melissa would like to get a few pictures of the honorees here, I believe, just because there's less tables and chairs, et cetera, set up. But we'll have refreshments in the lobby. Thank you to all of our honorees. When you ask people, what do I like about working with Coconino County? It seems to always be the people I work with, the people I get to be with every day. When we talk about the people I get to be with every day, it is clear that these honorees did not just start their positions in positions of leadership. Far from it. They were all superheroes in some way, and they all exercised that inner superhero to exercise leadership every day, to build community here in Coconino County, to build their careers here in Coconino County, to eventually be in positions of leadership and ultimately pillars of our community, upholding the standards of this community going forward and who we are as Coconino County. So thank you very much. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, honorees. Let's have a nice time.
Okay, before. Again, thank you so much for being here this evening. We appreciate all the work that everybody's doing. And I just wanted to wish everybody, like I said, happy holidays. And we are going to go ahead and adjourn for today. It's now 6:35 p.m. And you are welcome to refreshments. Thank you.